All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have tournament director Jason Frost grabbing some teams together to go over a little bit of the rules, which means we're about to get started here. For the Arena Cup, day one of the second weekend, we have Team Bauccio versus Team Lineham. We have the two full teams here. Kevin drafted Steve Hedden, Scott Reynolds, Tim Schroeder, Steve Medeiros, and Rich Cabral. For Team Lineham, we of course have Ryan Lineham, Justin Bertrand, John Leandro, Mike Phipps, Jim Flanagan, and Leanne DeTore. All right, we got every race is a race to 5 here. The first match is going to be the team match. They're going to go through all 5 players on their team in draft order, which would be this order exactly. They play one full rack between Kevin and Ryan. As soon as that rack's done, it's now Steve versus Justin for the second rack, and so on until one team has 5 racks under their belt. We got doubles after that, Kevin and Scott against John and Mike. Then we got our first real singles match there. It's going to be some good pool here today, folks. Of course, we have tomorrow's lineup if we get that far. All right, we got some great 9-ball coming up here tonight. That's pretty good volume there. They just turned the music on. I was hoping not to pick up too much here. All right. Still going over a little bit of rules here with Tournament Director Frost. Making sure they know all the rules before going into some heated matches here. Definitely something I would be doing as well. It's always important to know the rules of wherever you're playing. While they continue to go over just a little bit more, you guys enjoy this little clip from Ultimate Pool. All right. Still a couple little more clarifiers here, going over the rules with the teams. We're getting closer to tip off here. Can't wait for this matchup. This is going to be some great 9-ball here, guys. We got some absolute monsters here ready to sink that 9 ball as quick as possible. Some common courtesies here they're talking about. Pretty disrespectful to leave mid-shot to go to the bathroom or any other break to grab a drink, etc. You got to do those things between racks where there's a natural stop and play anyway. Simple etiquette type of thing there. Getting ready for the team matchup here. The full rotation of the full teams. All right. Gathering the teams to the table now. Getting ready to kick off day 1 here at the Joint Bar and Grill in Cranston, Rhode Island. All right. Here we go. Coming up to lag. We're going to kick it off with a nice team battle here. Looks like Ryan's ready to lag for his team. And it's going to be captain versus captain lag. Looking like that 1 ball. 5 ball's going to make it. Kevin wins the lag, so break is going to be in favor of Team Bauccio. Kevin's going to break here. See what he can get going. Right out of the gate. Tournament Director Frost giving one more rub down of the table there, making sure it's ready tournament quality. I watched him clean it, wipe it down, trim it, all of that this morning. So he made sure it's definitely a good playing field for these guys. When that table's playing the way it should, these guys can really shoot the way we want them to. We want to see them with some killer shots. All right, here we go. Kicking off rack number 1 of the day. Kevin. Uh-oh, we got some technical difficulties going on here. We got a technical difficulty here, folks. Please stick around here. Bear with us while we make sure the playing conditions stay at a high level. All right, we are back into it. Bit of an extended shot clock for Kevin on that shot because we had a bit of a difficulty in the arena here. All right. Sorry for the delay, folks. Here we go. Now we're starting it up. Cue the shot clock for Kevin. All right. Makes a nice, easy, light work of that one ball. Looks like you can see that ball. You can definitely see that two ball. Not much room to play with it there. That's a pretty good way to go. See if he's maybe going to make a bit of that 9 here. He is going to call the 9. Called the 9 in this corner here. Bauccio calls an extension there. Definitely not a shot you want to rush. So, taking his time, lining it up. Changes his mind, plays it safe. Came out a little hard there. That 3 ball did lock up with that 6 ball, making it a lot more difficult. Let's see what Ryan's going to do here. Might play the combo. Looks like he tried to play a safe right back. Good shot there by Kevin. That's leaving a pretty tough 5 ball for him here. He's got to shoot that. Wondering if he's gonna play a little bit of a safe here. If he could just thin that 5 ball, bring the cue ball generally back to where it was. Get the 9 ball in the way too. I don't think he got it in the way enough, unfortunately. I think Ryan can still see that. Maybe he can't see enough to make it. Ryan Nice, a great bank shot. Definitely a clutch shot there. The rest is all easy pickings for a player like Ryan. Great shot there, great position. That 7 does go with a tight cut. Don't have to worry much here. Plays it with some oomph on it. Sends it back and forth across the table with a nice leave on the 8. I think you can just pull it back a little bit here and be out. It's good control. Good run out. And that's going to be rack number 1 to Team Lineham there. And Team Lineham gets to break as they switch players. Now it's going to be Steve Hedden breaking again. Not breaking against Justin Bertrand, who will be breaking. So it's 1-0 here for Team Lineham in this race to 5. Here comes our tournament director and ref, Jason Frost. Let's see what Justin can do on the break here. Kevin did have a pretty good break. There was a little bit of a distraction on the last rack. A bit of a malfunction on something happening away from the table. Shouldn't run into any problems like that moving forward, so Justin can take this break in peace. Alright, here we go, breaking for rack number 2. It's a pretty good looking break. He can at least see the one. Made a couple on the break as well. Just one on the break. Line up for that one. Oh, could have made that 9 ball there. He did lock up that one, so he didn't leave anything easy, luckily. That's a nice little play there by Steve, leaving that 1 ball buried behind that 4 ball. Alright, a good attempt there, but not quite enough. Steve's going to get a ball in hand here. Let's see what he can do with a ball in hand and an open table. Rolls that one up a little farther than he'd liked. He does still have a bit of a look at that, though. Does go in the corner here on the bottom left. The real question is, if he does make the 2 here, can he leave that cue ball looking good for that 3? Alright, Steve in there trying a defensive shot. This is a tricky long shot here over a ball, especially because top doesn't help you as much in coming back for that next ball. And if the 3 slows down, that could be looking like a pretty good lead. Looks like he got behind that 5 ball. Not bad. He's going to have to kick here. Using his extension, ensuring he has enough time. I do like to see players using their extension early because it kind of signifies that they want to take their time on that shot and not rush against the clock. Because when you have to rush against the clock, it's a bit of a different ball game. It's a tough shot. Let's see where he was going to go with it. Could play a nice save here. A few ways to go about that. He does off to play the safe, and that is a pretty good save. Gonna need a nice kick shot from Steve here. Calls the 9 in the corner. He knows that 3 ball is going to be going to that side of the table, so I like the call. Did not make the 9, but left pretty decent. Whenever you leave your opponent with not many options, it's better than leaving them too many options. What a shot. Also, when you don't have many options, it makes you a lot more likely to hit that shot, knowing that you have no other options. Wow, makes the 9 ball. That's going to bring the score to 2-0 for Team Lineham. Great shot on that 9 ball there. Making it a quick 2-0 for Team Lineham. So now coming up, we're going to have Tim Schroeder versus Michael Phipps. It's going to be Tim with the, or Scott Lee, sorry. It's going to be Scott Reynolds against John Leandro. I'm trying to skip a rack here. And we're going to have Scott breaking against John here. Rack number 3 in this race to 5. Team Bauccio looking to steal a rack here. Let's see if Scott can get a friendly break to happen. And the break for rack number 3 looks like a very nice spread. Very nice spread. There's a big gap to make to be able to reach that 2 down the middle. Scott prowling around the table, making sure he's got his line coming up here. He knows where he wants the ball now. Nice friendly nudge of that 6. Coming up, I think he's just going to play a little bit off this rail. That top rail there. Come back up for the 3 to go in the opposite corner. Oh, he draws it. Puts a little bit of draw on instead. Tough to tell if he has enough room to go by that 5, but looks like we're going to find out. Oh, looks like there was not enough room, so he played a great safety instead. Using his extension here to ensure again that he can take his time on the shot. Oh, unfortunate bounce for him there. Which brings Scott back to the table. He's going to call that 9-ball. Looking to put it in the same pocket that Justin put it in last track. Alright, Scott seals that easy win there. Nice combo on that 9. Make it 2-1 in favor of Team Lineham. Coming up to break now, we're going to switch it up. Now it's going to be Team Tim Schroeder versus Mike Phipps. And it's going to be Phipps to break. Rack number 4. That was a nice combo on the 9. Last 2 racks now doing a combo on the 9. Alright, here we go, getting ready to break for rack number 4. Yeah, he has a look at the 1 ball at least. Nothing worse than a good spread and no balls dropping. Alright, Phipps making 2 for the price of 1 there. Tight leave on that too, but does make light work of the 1 and 6. Tough to say if he's going to try the bank shot or the cut down the rail. Opts to take the bank shot and makes it look easy. That's a great shot by Mike. Pretty good look on that 3 ball too. That cue ball's gonna come up over. It's gonna naturally want to come up to that other side of the 4, which is good. Didn't have to put much extra sugar on that one. Alright. Now he's pretty straight on that 4 ball, making it kind of tough to get back for that 7, but nice straight shot on that 4. It's a long shot, but it's makeable. If he makes that 7, he's out. Gets a little full on the ball. Didn't quite leave a duck. Tim with an attempt at safety there. Still left him a long shot. Those longer shots, even on a 7-foot table, make it a much tougher shot. Speed control, accuracy. Oh. does leave a tough end here, the 9. I wonder if he's going to try a combo here, as we've seen the last 2 racks end the same way. Takes a 7. I like that play. Instead of taking the really hard 9-ball shot, take the decent 7, and you can run out the last couple balls instead. Definitely got back enough for the 9, but that 8-ball rattled. Diamonds are definitely beautiful and well-crafted tables, but they are quite unforgiving in those corners. Mike Phipps with a powerful stroke there, trying to get that cue back down table. Interesting shot here on the 9. Not quite one I'm comfortable cutting. Let's see where he's going. Tried to cut it. Definitely a tough cut there. Now we got Schroeder coming back to the table, looking at that 9, lining up corner to corner. Comes up a little short. Leaving it pretty tough though. If you have to miss, you'd rather it look like that. Phipps trying a nice bank shot there. That's all you could really go for. And Phipps comes up short on this 9-ball too. Let's see if Mike Phipps can do anything with it. This 9-ball is eluding both players. Tough miss there. Very close. Every extra shot on the 9-ball when it's the last one on the table always makes it more intense. And the 9-ball drops. That's going to tie it up 2-2 for the overall score in this team battle. 2-2 now, and coming up to rack number 5. We're going to have Steve Medeiros and Jim Flanagan. It's going to be Steve Medeiros to break. Being all tied up 2-2. Alright, here we go. Steve Medeiros to break. Rack number 5. It's a pretty good looking spread, but no balls drop. That's going to bring Jim Flanagan to the table. Jim starts the rack with a nice combo on the 7. Makes the 1 moments later. That 2 to the 3 is interesting. And he gets down table with these. Is he going to clip it? He does. I believe that helped him out. Now this is a hard one to hit that 3 in the corner and hold the cue ball. So you kind of got to do what he did there and send that cue ball. Plays a great safety there. The kick could definitely make that 4 ball. Let's see if Steve can kick this. Oh, makes a great hit there. Almost sent it to the other side of the table, but instead leaves it as a duck. That was a great attempt there by Steve, and a great defense by Jim as well. Jim back at the table looking to capitalize on that ball in hand he earned himself, or the chance he earned himself. Plays another safe there. Looks like he might have gotten in the way. That 8 ball. No, I think there's room to get by it. Steve's going to show us right now. Nice gentle pace there. And if you make that 8 ball in this corner, the cue ball is going to naturally want to leave perfect on that 9. So that's a great leave. Definitely not an easy shot, but you guarantee the leave on the 9 by making that 8 ball. Oh, came up a little bit short on that cut. Again, was a tight cut on the rail. Leaves him with nice defense. Not only is he going to have to bank that 8 ball, he's got to do it over the 9 ball. Looks like he may have miscued it, but he might get a good hit out of it. He did not. Almost reached. Jim looking to close out the rack here. Easy shot on that 8 to a nice 9 ball. Good defense by Jim to secure that rack. That puts Team Lineham up 3-2. And they get the break coming up now. Ryan gets the break now against Kevin as we go back to the top of the list. The two at the bottom of this list, Rich and Leanne, are both alternates. They will not be playing in every match. Here comes Ryan Lineham to break rack number 6 as his team is up 3-2. Looking to put his team on the hill here. Alright, it's a nice spread on that break. Plays a nice little safety there. As Kevin Bauccio comes to the table. Looking to possibly slice that thin, but it doesn't look like he has much to work with there. calls the 9 ball here. Somehow the cue ball rockets off that 2 and into the side, giving Ryan ball in hand. And that 2 ball is certainly not easy. One of the few pockets it could go in is blocked by that 3. He plays another great safety here. Absolutely burying that 1 ball. Or the cue ball, I mean. Kevin coming up to kick. Couldn't quite get by that 3 ball. As Ryan comes to the table now. Kevin is on 2 fouls. The 3 foul rule is in effect. He's got 2 fouls in a row. If Ryan can make it happen again, the rack is over. But a player like Kevin as well, that's not easy to get him on 3 fouls in a row. Makes a nice draw on that. Wonder if he's going to use that 2 ball as a defense. Oh. Trying to hide that cue ball behind the 5 here. And now Kevin says, I'm going to play defense because you're playing defense. And leaves him a very nice little cluster there. Great hit by Ryan. Almost left it behind that 9 ball for Kevin, but instead leaves Kevin a bit of an opening. Kevin finally getting to shoot at a ball. And definitely draws it. Got a good enough angle on that 3 to come around for that 4. All the way around on the back. Great ball movement. Plays this safe. Is that 4 gonna hang on? Looks like it hung on a little bit. I do believe Ryan can see the 4 ball. How much of it is the question? Ryan with another defense. That is not easy to pace a shot like that and place the cue ball exactly where you want it. Oh, hits it with a little too much mustard and sends that cue ball off the table. Ryan getting to come to the table with ball in hand. Nice wide couple of balls left. And just a couple balls left here for Ryan. No. Might have hit it a little perfect is what he did. And drills it to put his team up 4-2. They are on the hill here in this team battle. Coming up on rack 7 here, which means we're going to go. It's going to be Steve and Justin. And Steve is going to get to break on this one. Looking to help his team hang on a couple more racks. As Justin's looking to close it out. He had a nice combo on that 9 ball last time he was at the table. Alright. And here is Steve heading to break for Team Bauccio on rack number 7. Had a lot of balls hang out in that middle of the table where they all started, except for that one ball all the way up table. Let's see where he's going to put this ball. Went for the bank shot, came up a little bit off. Tricky shot to get back on that 2 here for this one. Let's see what Justin can make happen out of it. That's a pretty good stroke there. Oh, it looks like he nudged that 7 ball just enough to be out of the way. Let's get a quick look here. Yeah, he's got enough room. Let's see where he wants to put that 4 ball. That's a very nice draw. Just enough. Uh-oh. Definitely a tight squeeze there going for that 6. Oh, the cue ball flirting with disaster in that side pocket, but did not do it to him. So now we got Steve coming back to the table, looking at that 6. He's going to use the extension, making sure that he can take his time, take the shot he wants. Trying to get that cue ball up on the 8. Came up a little bit short. Looks like he does have enough room for that 6 ball. Got a nice line on that 7. Drains it, get by that 9. I think it did. Just enough, and a beautiful leave here for that 9. Right in the side pocket. Alright, that's going to be the match. That is 5-2 for Team Lineham. Team Lineham goes up 1-0 here. And this race to 7 overall. And if we look here, we can see coming up next, we got doubles. It's going to be Kevin Bauccio and Scott Reynolds versus John Leandro and Mike Phipps. And we're going to give you a quick little break here. Next match will be starting at 12:10. I'll put the timer up here, and we'll see you guys soon. All right, folks, we are back in action here. They are gathering the teams to get back to the action for the Arena Cup and match number 2, which is going to be John and Mike Phipps for Team Lineham playing against Captain Kevin Bauccio and Scott Reynolds. Getting a few last minute shots in here. So this is match number 2, Kevin and Scott versus John and Mike. After this, we get our first singles match, Steve Hedden and Justin Bertrand. That'll be another good one there. They did face off once or twice in that team battle we saw before this match. They get their chance to just do a full-on one-on-one in the next match. But before that, we get to watch this doubles match. All right, and here we go to lag. We're going to have John and Kevin do our lag for us. And Kevin wins the lag, so they get to break. Kevin and Scott looking to start off hot. Did I mean to rhyme? I did not. Alright, doubles should be interesting here. A lot of times there are good players that are great individual players, but when it comes to doubles, they struggle. I would love to be a good doubles player myself, but I am not. It's a bit of a different aspect. Definitely having a lot of trust in your partner. Knowing how they shoot, too, is a big advantage. If you know their game, you know their play style, what they like to shoot at and don't like to shoot at. Of course, when you're playing singles, you can cater to yourself, which is a lot easier than having to cater to somebody else's strengths. Not only that, being able to pick them up when they are struggling, and vice versa. Let's see what kind of chemistry we get here. Alright, finishing touches on the rack here by Mr. Frost. And we are getting ready to kick off this second match. Kevin ready to break. And here we go. Kevin kicking off rack number 1. 8 ball, 1 ball. Does he have a look at the 2? He can see it at least. Not a lot of it, but he can see it. Let's see where he's going to put that, if he's going to try and make that shot. Him and Scott talking about it. There is a 60-second shot clock after the break. After that, it'll be 30 seconds for every shot. Scott going for the bank shot. Oh, came up just a tiny bit short. It was a good effort. Definitely a good leave on that 3 too if it did drop. Nice touch by John there. Here comes Phipps to the table. Sneaking it just by that 6. Oh, it might be right on that 6. That's an unfortunate little bit of a roll there. Using his extension there. Looked for a minute, he was going to go right by it. I thought he had room. Uses his extension so he can take his time. Oh, looks like he may be popping him just a little bit over that 6 ball. The hit is good. Legal hit. Playing as it lies for Bauccio as he comes back to the table. Opts for a nice defense there. Spreading those balls out, forcing a bank shot. Oh, 6 almost helped him out there, but instead helps put the 4 ball exactly back where it was. Now Scott gets to decide if he wants to try the same bank shot. Could also opt to just kind of send the 4 ball back down that table. And it looks like that's what he tries to do. At 7 holds it up though. Still a long shot here. Not the cleanest look. John's going to call the 9 ball over here in the corner. Almost makes it, and he does make it in the wrong corner. So the 9 ball was made, but it was not called. So the 9 ball will be spotted. However, they did make a ball, so it is still their shot. They do not forfeit turn for calling the 9 and making a different ball. Oh, unfortunate roll there. Kevin coming to the table looking for this closeout run for him and Scott. Give a little nudge to that 6. He did. It might be a little too much of a nudge. Not quite the easiest attempt here. Alright, may not have run it out, but definitely a good leave there. As John comes to the table, looking to kick at it. Gets the hit, but unfortunately leaves that 6 ball out in the open. Kevin makes the 6, brings that cue ball up for a nice straight shot on that 7. Scott's got a few options here to leave for that 9. Looks like he's going to try and stop it, stun it a little bit. And left it close, but I believe Kevin's got that. And that's a good out there. Kevin and Scott for Team Bauccio take the first rack, as they now pass the break over to John and Mike for Team Lineham. Looking to make up for that 1 rack difference so far. Still early here in this match. 1-0. Overall score is still 1-0 for Team Lineham, but it's only the second match in. We got some good matches coming up today, folks. Steve Hedden versus Justin Bertrand next. That'll be a great opportunity there for both teams, especially depending how this match goes. 1-1 sounds a lot better than 2-0. Alright, that rack is ready to go now for Mike Phipps to break. Oh, that one ball not friendly. Absolutely shoving that cue ball into the side pocket. Alright, Scott to the table here. Nice little draw shot there on the one. Good speed control. Good shot there also by Kevin. Left it pretty straight on that 4, which is nice, seeing where the 5 is. Directly across the table. Scott just wants to leave that cue ball nowhere farther than it has to go. Nice shot. Good little stun there. The natural leave off this 5. Definitely looking for a nice little setup on the 6. Beautiful shot. For that 6 ball, I think you might want to try and follow it a little bit up off the rail and come back out. That's a lovely shot. Kevin put some extra mustard on it, leaving a nice shot for his partner Scott. And Scott buries that 9, putting Team Bauccio, Kevin and Scott, up 2-0 in this race to 5. And now they also get the break. Kevin already ready to break. Wants to keep that momentum going. All right, 2-0 here. Kevin and Scott for Team Bauccio versus John Leandro and Mike Phipps for Team Lineham. Coming up to rack number 3 with Kevin Bauccio himself to break. Still pretty early in this match here, but if Kevin and Scott can put another quick one on the board, 3-0 is a pretty difficult task to overcome. Then again, it's a race to 5. Either team could go on a run for 5 racks. Kevin with a nice break. Can he see the one? Did that 8 get in the way? I think he's alright. That 5 ball is definitely in the way of the 2, not making it easy. And let's hope that 7 doesn't join the game. Alright. Does make a nice shot on the 1 there. Moving just enough out of the way from behind that 8. Curious to see what Kevin decides to do here. He could play the combo. You could also play the Q to kind of sit in the middle of those 2 balls. Play a nice defense. No, he says I'm going to drain that combo like it's easy. Great shot there by Kevin Bauccio. Gave him a leave even on that 2 ball. Discussing how they want to leave that 3-9 combo. That's a pretty beautiful leave. About as good as you could get for it. Kevin ready for that 9 ball. Tough cut. Calls it in the corner. Came up a little bit short there. And left that 9 ball hanging. That's dangerous. As John comes to the table here. Oh man, that 9 ball taunting these players at the moment. In the team battle, there was some good 9 ball combos. Proving to be a little bit harder to do now that we're here in the second match. Scott coming to the table looking for a nice bank back right at him. A little slow on the pace. He did definitely get a good leave on the 4, but the 3 ball did not have enough legs to get all the way in the pocket. Mike and John talking about what to do next. Looks like he's telling him to play off the 3. Bring that cue ball up, play a nice defense. Cue ball gets behind the 8, looks like just enough to make it difficult. Looks like he can see the hit, but probably not the make. Kevin could opt to just kick this back into the side here. And he tries it. John to the table now with ball in hand. Him and Mike looking to close this rack out, get on the board. Pretty good pace there. Now the question, do you want to combo that 9 ball? If you don't want to combo, you want the cue over here. If you do want to combo, pretty straightforward draw shot to just leave that cue anywhere in this field. It looks like they don't want to play that combo. Probably a good call. Leaving that 7 straight up table. Good pace there. You may have to go an extra rail or 2 now just to get to that 9. He can follow it with right, draw it with left. Some options here as you get over that 9. Give it a little nudge. Oh, he nudged it and it did not move. That is definitely frozen to the rail. He's going to use their extension. use it on a shot like this. Hits the ball too full. A little bit full there. Scott to the table to try and steal it. And he does. That's going to put Kevin and Scott up 3-0 as they give the break over to John and Mike, which means Mike is to break now. All right, rack number 4 coming here. We got Mike Phipps to break. As Frost makes a nice rack for him to do so. Rack number 4 in this race to 5. That last rack could have definitely gone either way. That's a nice break. Monster break by Mike Phipps. It's a nice cut on that one. Now leading into that 3 ball. Pretty locked up with that 5. Oh, it came up a little bit short there. Excellent cut by Kevin, leaving a beautiful lead for his partner Scott. Looks like he can just kind of pull that 4 back a tiny bit. Really leaving it anywhere in this general area is going to be nice. Kevin running into the table to finish this out. Quick little 5 on the side with some follow. Leaving a beautiful lead for his partner. And once again, a little stop. It's a nice shot. Looks like it's going to be the rack here. Making quick work of that rack. It is now 4-0 for Kevin and Scott over John and Mike. One more rack as they get to come to the table and break. A big break here could mean a 5-0 sweep for Kevin and Scott, Team Bauccio. They would love to have that answer for the first match. Alright, Scott to break here on rack number 5. Big break from Scott. That one is certainly visible, definitely helping out. Beautiful cut up table, and he gets a good leave. Tricky shot there, made look easy. Alright, Scott with a nice gentle touch there, leaving a beautiful leave on the 5. Kevin, beautiful cut in the side. Thought he might have gone up to the corner, but that's far better. Scott accidentally throwing his chalk in the table. Alright, Scott to the table. It's a good shot there. Looking like they could clean this rack up. That's a beautiful stroke there by Scott, leaving a straight 9 for Kevin Bauccio, making it 5-0 for that. Beautiful teamwork by Scott and Kevin, making it 1-1 for the overall score here. Tying it up. Looking ahead to the next match is going to be Steve Hedden and Justin Bertrand. And we'll be seeing you guys soon for that matchup. Stick around because that is going to be a great match. All right, folks, we are back for the third match here on day one of the Arena Cup. Looks like Justin is going to take that break. A nice lag there. We got Justin Bertrand versus Steve Hedden. Definitely a good matchup here. They had a couple good face-offs in the team battle to start the day. Now they're here ready to prove themselves in another one-on-one. This time getting to go the full 5 racks instead of 1 rack. Okay, and here comes Justin with the break. The first rack of match number 3. Near scratch there. Stays up, looking like a pretty good lead. He's got some work to do here. That 2 ball's not very straightforward. Makes the 1 no problem. Looks like he's got an angle to cut that 2 right in. Might have to bank it. He does opt for a bit of a 2-way shot there. He did leave enough room for a shot for Steve here. Steve makes a nice play. Defense right back. Again, being able to see it. Makes a good cut. Gonna have to kick here at it. It's a good 2-reel kick. Wouldn't say he leaves him an easy shot. Tough reach over the table here for that 3 ball. That 4 has plenty of options. Oh, that 3 ball decides to hang out. Sitting in the corner waiting for Steve. Drains it with a nice leave on the 4. Beautiful shot for that 5 to do the same type of shot, leaving for that 6. 3 stun shots and he is out. There's 2. Just to be safe, here comes that 9 ball. Drains it, taking the first rack. He's up 1-0 over Justin Bertrand. And he gets the break. It is alternate break. Steve looking to take a quick 2-0 lead here. That rack could have gone either way. Both were making some good defenses on each other. Jason making sure the rack is perfect as Steve's ready to break. Let's see how he smashes these up. Oh, that 7 gets just in the way. Makes 4 balls on the break. And somehow still buries himself. He's going to opt to push here. Classic 9-ball rules here. The push shot, the incoming player gets to either take the shot themselves or pass it back to the player who took the shot. Justin taking the shot with a nice 2-way. Oh, that looks like that 3 popped out just enough. I think Steve might be able to just thin it right in the side. Looking for what comes next. Takes that shot. Slow down, cue ball. That's a very nice shot. Thin cut, good pace. It looks like he may be out, folks. Only a couple balls left on the table. Beautiful shot there by Steve. His work is not done yet. He's got a big shot here to get back for that 9. Tries to run it off the rail, but it dies a little bit off the rail. He's got a longer cut, but definitely makeable for a player of this caliber. Oh, it hangs a little bit, but does go in, making Steve go up 2-0 here. 2-0 for Steve as Justin gets to break. Justin breaks here for rack number 3. Unfortunately, that cue ball is going to find the pocket. Here comes heading back to the table. Wants to make sure he's got room for that 2 ball. Puts a lot of the juice on that one, brings it back, looking very nice for his next shot. He's just going to make sure he's not on the rail here for that 3 next. Good speed. Drills that ball as well. Looking pretty straight on that 4. I imagine he's just going to draw it back a little farther past where it is now. It's a good shot off the rail. He didn't want it to be dead straight, and I don't believe it is. It's pretty straight. 7 is cuttable. Very nice effort to get over for that 7. He's going to call his extension here so he doesn't rush himself. Tough part about that 7 right now is you want to hit it so that you can keep the cue ball generally in this area. But because of the angle in the shot, that's hard to put some stun or stop on that. He does hold it there a little bit. He may have to do a little bit harder work to go to that 9 ball from here, but absolutely doable. Let's see how he gets around for that 9. Left himself a nice dot to dot type of shot. Cuttable, sure. And he finishes the break and run there to put himself up 3-0 over Justin. And he takes the break. Very nice run out by Steve. You can't get a good break and run without starting with a good break. And kicking off rack number 4, Steve. Another big break. Nice shot. Where's it going to stop for that 3? Almost perfect. That's where it's going to stop. Steve with a great draw shot there. Little extra oomph. Coming out perfect for that 6. Also leading very nice to that 7. Just a couple shots for him left here for a back-to-back. Excellent stop. This is looking a little familiar for the last track. 8 coming back down table for that 9. Left himself a little bit of a better shot this time too. Think he could have it. Taking his time, definitely not a shot you want to rush. He's going to use his extension here. Drains that 9-ball shot for back-to-back breaking runs. That's going to put him on the hill here, 4-0 for Steve. Again, in a race to 5, anything can happen with these players. Do not count Justin out. Steve is playing very well, though. Justin does get to break here for rack number 5. Here we go, kicking off rack number 5. Makes a ball, he's got to look at the 1. That 2 ball's not very friendly, but see what he can do to get back down there for it. Plays an interesting save there. Thinking ahead, knowing that 2 ball's difficult. To make the 1, sure, but what's going to go on with that 2? Tries pulling it straight back at it. Gets hooked on that 3 ball. As well as the magic rack. Gives ball in hand over to Justin. Still wouldn't call it any kind of straightforward rack here. Justin's going to use his extension as he maps out what he's going to do next. Interesting. Let's see where that 3's going. Could be a safe here. Absolutely it is. Steve does have a kick right through that mess, right at the 3. Leaves the cue right on the 3. Lining up for that very close cut. Makes it no problem. Sends that cue out. Still has English taken off the rail. Difficult shot to hold here. He may opt to bank, but he could also fire right at that 5 ball. Tries to bring it all the way around table and gets hooked on the pocket. Certainly not the leave he was anticipating. If that almost makes that 9 on the side, but leaves an open 5. Steve coming back to the table. Coming back for that 7's tricky. And you might just bump it beautifully there. Excellent leave. Calls the 9 to be safe, but there was no real bid at it. Wants to use his extension here. No need to rush a big shot. Makes that 8 beautifully, leaving for the 9. Absolutely great shooting by Steve here as he closes this out 5-0. 5-0 for Steve here. That's going to bring this overall score 2-1, Team Bauccio. As we give a quick 10-minute break before the next match. We do have a doubles match coming up next. It's going to be Steve Medeiros and Tim Schroeder versus Ryan Lineham and Jimmy Flanagan. Stay tuned for some awesome doubles coming up. See you soon. Welcome back, folks. We are getting ready here for our next doubles match. Got a nice, exciting one for you right here. We got Steve Medeiros and Tim Schroeder are taking on Ryan Lineham and Jimmy Flanagan. This is the second doubles match so far of the event today. They're getting ready to lag here. And kicking off match number 4. Close lag. All right, and we're going to have Ryan breaking for us here, kicking off match number 4. Doubles, Scotch doubles, alternate shot. Race to 5. Ryan looking to help get his team tied up. All right, the break is ready for Ryan, kicking off the doubles match. Let's see what he can get. Makes a few balls. It's a long leave on the 3. Long shot. Very nicely done. Ryan with a tricky leave on that 5. Very nice defense. It's a good pace. It's one of the hardest things to do in pool is to have the pace that you really want, especially when it comes to defense. The pace is so hard to get down right. Speaking of, I think he had just enough pace to keep that hidden behind the 9 ball. Tricky shot. Gets the hit. Looks like that 5 does go right by that 8. Steve Medeiros at the table. Tim with a long shot on that 6 ball. 7 smack dab in the middle of the table. Moves the 9 out of the way for good measure. Long shot from the rail. Oh, Steve comes up just a tiny bit short of that 7. Almost accidentally made the 8 ball. Definitely would have helped, because he'd still be able to finish the run. Ryan going over the strategy with his teammate there before taking the shot. Him and Jimmy Flanagan taking no time at all to finish this rack out. they're going to go up 1-0 real quick. Give the break to Steve and Tim as they come up, trying to get that rack back. It's only 1-0, just starting out here. And it's going to be Tim Schroeder to break. Only seen him in one rack so far in the team battle, where he made the 9-ball early. I'm sure he's looking to do the same thing at any given point. And here we go with break for rack number 2. Nails the one. He's got a shot on the 2 here. It's a good shot. That 6-ball was kind of scary for making that scratch possible, but he held it up. Long shot here, again off the rail. Beautiful stroke. Didn't need to roll it too far ahead, which he didn't. Let's see where that 5-ball ends up. Is it going to be behind that 7? Could be. Oh, what a shot by Jimmy. Unfortunately, cue ball did follow it into the pocket. Beautiful jump. You know it was straight if the cue ball followed it like that. And now Steve and Tim are trying to take this rack. Oh, it gets hooked off the nipple a little bit, but a pretty fortunate leave. Captain Kevin Bauccio says he taught him that. A good shot to have in the repertoire. Ryan says, I got a shot for you. What a kick. Absolutely beautiful kick. Jimmy, beautiful leave to let Ryan finish this rack out. And he sure does, bringing it up to 2-0 here for Ryan and Jimmy. As Jimmy now gets the break. Excellent teamwork here by Ryan and Jimmy. Proving to be a tough, formidable duo here. That was a great jump shot. Definitely had some good oomph on it. Frost finishing up this rack here. And we are ready to start rack number 3. Jimmy Flanagan to break for Team Lineham. That's a beautiful break. He did not force it. Oh, that cue ball might be hiding from that too a little bit. It sure looks like it. Lineham looking to make make that 2-ball. Taking his time, definitely a tough shot. Again, they get a 60-second shot clock when it's the first shot after the break. And Ryan is going to push, which gives the incoming player, aka Tim Schroeder, the option to take the shot or give it back to Ryan. Even though it's Scotch doubles, the shot would go back to Ryan. Tim looks like he's lining up for a bank here. Just barely clipped that 4 in the way. Does leave the 2 in a pretty decent spot. Does not look like it goes by that 8-ball. Discussing strategy as they went. Jimmy unfortunately tried to leave that defense, but it's as open as it gets. Steve sends the cue ball right into the middle of the table. There's a bit of advice I got as a player learning to play the game as well. When in doubt, put the cue back in the middle of the table. Tiny bit past his mark here, but I think he's still alright. Fire that 4-ball right in. Steve opting to play this safe, but it looks like he did not get enough. Even with a good look like this, it's hard to tell, but it looks like Ryan's going for the jump cue here. Beautiful shot. Tough leave, but a great shot. It looked straightforward, but it was not. Jimmy looking to cut it down the rail. Hit the ball just a little bit too full. Left a pretty good leave on the 8 for his teammate there, but now Tim gets to shoot at the 6. Nice long shot there by Tim. Steve Madero's getting back to the table, looking to make that 8-ball and come all the way back for that 9-ball. I think really you just want to put some top on it. Makes that 8-ball, coming down to the last ball. And I think Tim has an angle on it. It's not the prettiest shot, but it's definitely makeable. Oh, and that eyeball could not have held on any longer. But they do finish out the rack. It is now 2-1. Steve and Tim are on the board, and they get the break. It's a good rack to win when you get the break. That way you can try to keep your momentum going from the last rack. Sometimes pretty difficult. Coming up here on rack number 4, we got Steve to break. Looking to tie up this match here. Bit of a miscue there. Was not a legal break, so he will get to re-break. Alright, and now, actually, we are going to be kicking off rack number 4. Steve to break. Makes a ball. Somehow a lot of those balls stuck around the rack spot. Tim with a tricky situation to get back for that 9 ball. Or 2 ball, sorry. Oh, that 1 ball hung straight in the corner. Ryan makes the 1, brings it all the way back for that 2 to go up table now. Excellent shot by Jimmy. Ryan looking to make that 3 and not get caught up in that jumble down there. No, he's looking to play a defense. That is a pretty good spot to leave that cue ball. He could kick right at that 3 ball and get it in here. He's got the room. He does not reach a rail after that, which is a ball in hand for the opponents. Jimmy at the table with ball in hand. Quickly pots the 3 ball. Leaving a decent angle on that 4 to get down for the 5. Ryan leaving a great shot there. Jimmy leaves the 5 ball hanging in the pocket. Again, these tables are very unforgiving when it comes to cheating the pocket. Diamond tables love to punish people for it. Tim trying to leave the cue in the same area. Steve coming to the table with a sharp cut on that 7. Hit it a little too full. Did send the cue ball all the way down table though, making it tougher. We've got Ryan at the table now with a long 7 ball. Makes it, pushes that 8 a little farther up table. Definitely made it more interesting that way. Drills that 8. Stay away from the side. There it is. Just barely inched away from that scratch. And Ryan cleaning up the 9 ball with authority. Putting the score 3-1 for Ryan and Jimmy over Steve and Tim. Ryan and Jimmy get to break as well. Since Ryan made the 9 ball, Jimmy's going to break. Big rack here. 3-2 sounds a lot better than 4-1. That depends on the spread of this break. Alright, Jimmy coming to the table, breaking. Rack number 5. Oh, that cue ball found the corner pocket. Unfortunate, but bounce around for that cue ball. Ball in hand here for Tim. As he gets it stuck behind the 9. Almost got all the way around table. Steve with the kick shot. That's going to be a ball in hand for Ryan as he gets to the table. Let's see where they're going to play this. That's a nice little lane there. As Jimmy comes to the table, probably going to follow just a little bit. As Ryan is ready to play that 4 ball. Clips that 9 instead of rolling up table. Leaves a tough situation for that 5. If you cut it up to the corner. It's a good shot. Maybe a little harder than he'd like. Trying to figure out where to pot that 6. Drains it. What a shot by Ryan. And what a shot by Jimmy right back. That's an interesting setup here for this 8 and 9. I think he may just cut it right into the side. It's a tough angle because he's going to want to... He just called the 9 ball. Looks like he's calling the 9 ball down in the corner. And he drains it. What a shot. That's going to put Ryan and Jimmy up 4-1 over Steve and Tim. Steve and Tim do have the break. Tim is going to be the one to break. A hell of a combo there at the end of that rack by Ryan Lineham. Not an easy cut, not an easy combo. And coming up to rack number 6 here. Steve and Tim looking to steal a rack and stay alive. Ryan and Jimmy only need one more. Tim with the break. Couple balls going in there. Steve's going to come up and call the 9 ball immediately. almost made it. Great effort there. Great effort there, trying to answer right back with a combo of his own. Jimmy over here making 2 balls at once. Leaving Ryan with an interesting cut. Ryan's going to call the 9 here. Looking at Karam off that cue ball. Probably calling just in case that 9 went in. It's a great bank on the 2. With a beautiful leave on the 3 for his partner Jimmy. Get on the good side of that 9. Very nicely done. Ryan uses an extension as him and Jimmy are planning out their run out. Let's see where Jimmy can put that cue for the 8. May have hit it a little bit too hard there. Is Ryan going to play the bank? Is he going to play it safe? Interesting shot here to take. I think he's going to play that bank. Oh, he plays it safe. Good call. Though I do think he could make the bank. Is it the highest percentage shot? That's truly the answer you got to ask yourself before you take any shot. Tim will come to the table, looking to bank that 8. Comes up a little wide. Certainly doesn't leave an easy shot for Jimmy coming to the table. Jimmy fires a little hard at it. Steve coming up looking to set up his partner for a nice finish for this rack. Oh, and he hits it a little too full. Or cut it a little too much, actually. Ryan to the table, clips that 9. Leaving a pretty tough shot for Jimmy. See what Jimmy can do with it. Oh. Absolutely in and out like a burger joint there. Looked good from here. Now left a nice long cut for Tim. Missed a little bit there, leaving Ryan to come up and take a shot at the 9. And Ryan will close it out, making the final score for this match 5-1. Ryan getting his team tied up. It is all even, 2-2. 2-2. Coming up next, we're going to have a singles match between John Leandro and Steve Medeiros. Stick around. We won't be too long before that one. We'll have some more action at you. Alright, welcome back, folks. We're going to get going here on match number 5. A singles match between John Leandro and Steve Medeiros. Race to 5. 9 ball, everybody's favorite. My favorite, at least. Start now. Looks like Steve Medeiros ready to break here. Well, not quite yet. Gotta wait for tournament director Frost. Again, does a great job giving us a great outlet here for some great pool, great venue. And it's tied up here. Team Bauccio 2 wins. Team Lineham also has 2 wins. This is going to be the tiebreaker, at least for the moment, as Steve lines up ready to break. It's a pretty solid break there. Not an easy shot at the 1, having to go over that 7, but having a shot is better than not having a shot. Slices it a little too thin there. John coming to the table. Looking to do something with that 1. Holding it for the 2. He sure does. Bringing it right in the middle. Hopefully he's still got room here. Looks like he does still have room here. Makes that shot, pushes that 4 ball a little bit. Pushing it a little farther would have been beneficial, but it's a tough cut here. Beautiful stroke, cutting that right in the corner. Now for that 5 ball, wondering where he's going to go with this 6. Anywhere in this general area, you're good. He left it enough. It's not perfect, but it's enough. That's all you need. Makes that 6, that 9 not being friendly there, holding that cue ball. See where he wants to put that 7. He's gonna bank it right in. Great shot by John. He's got a nice straight 9 ball down the rail. Excellent out by John Leandro, putting him on the board 1-0 and getting the break going into rack number 2. Great out there. The out was great. Let's see what he can do with the break. Only 1-0 here. A race to 5. Could be over in a blink of an eye. 9 balls good for that. As we head into rack number 2, John Leandro to break. Hammers it. Doesn't look like anything's going to drop. Leaving it open. Break. Just kidding. The last ball moving. The last ball moving drops. Leaving him a shot at the 1 ball. How's the 4 going to hit him the right direction? Oh, I don't know if he can get by that. The 4 ball might have gotten almost in the way. Is that 2 going to stop? Oh, that 2 stopped just in time for Steve to be able to see it. That 5-7 up table is not very nice. Somebody's going to have to get to that pretty soon. Steve drops the 2 ball. Tough angle on that 4 ball. Not just to make it, but to try and leave something for that 5. That's a tricky position to find yourself in. Decides to play a defense. Might see John shoot at that 9 ball right here. The defense was a pretty good play. He is going to call the 9. And now we have Steve coming back to the table. His defense was successful. Let's see what we can do here. He's going to call the 9 ball. Oh, unfortunate scratch there. John coming to the table, balling in. Looking to start a run here. There's a pretty good defense by John. Steve looking to kick. Is he going to go 1 rail or 2? Oh, almost made that 5 ball. Great kick by Steve. He did leave probably another 9 ball opportunity here for John. John plays a defense instead, leaving enough of the 5 ball for Steve to shoot at least to hit it, and play a defense himself. Which he does a pretty good job of defense right there. Wow, what a shot by John there. Cheating again, cheating these pockets. Not easy to do. Oh no, he hits it too soft. Not quite pocket speed there. Steve comes up to the table. He's going to finish off that 6, but where's he going to leave for the 7? Right where the 9 was. Get out of the way, 9 ball. Here he comes. I think this is a good opportunity for just a little bit of top right. Come back down table this way for the 8. Takes the 7, not in the pocket he thought he would. The cue ball does not stop rolling. It goes all the way around table. That's unfortunate. Leaving just 2 balls on the table for John. With ball in hand. There's the 8. One more ball for John. And he's going to close that out, making it 2-0. Giving the break over to Steve. Still early on in this match. It's only 2-0. Could be a lot different in the near future. Steve stepping up to break. Rack number 3. Frost found a speck on the ball. Gotta get rid of that. There you go. All right. All right, here we go, kicking off. Rack number 3. Steve Medeiros to break here. Had a quick distraction that he now took care of. Back to pool here. It's a pretty good looking break. That one ball just enough off the rail to be able to cut that in. Oh, that 8 definitely helped. Good shot. That 8 ball was always going to be in the cue ball's way, so just push it out of the way. I like it. Is he going to follow this? Drawn out. Did he make that window? Wow. I think he might have gone a tiny bit too far on that one to have the window. He can definitely hit the 3 balls. Is he going to bank it? Looked like he tried to play it kind of safe there. But he left it pretty open for John coming to the table here. Moves a couple balls out of the way. Does have a shot on the 4. Doesn't have to bring it too far for the 6 ball next. This is interesting. If you are able to hold it, you have a chance at the 7-9 combo. But with so few balls on the table, it might be more appealing to try and go for the run out instead. It's a pretty good leave at the 7. You can go on the side or all the way up. Either way, I think you have a shot at the 8 next. Certainly does. Nice little cut there. How many rails is he going to go before he gets that 9? He's going to go 3 and leave a beautiful shot on that 9 ball. Nice out there by John, putting him up 3-0 in this race to 5. He also gets the break. Coming up to rack number 4. John's going to break here. Looking to give Team Lineham the upper hand. At the moment, it's 2-2. Both teams playing pretty well. This will put one team ahead, at least for the moment. Here comes John to break. And he broke dry with the 1 ball completely hidden as Steve comes to the table figuring out what to do with that 1 ball. He's got plenty of time. Again, 60-second shot clock for the first shot after the break, no matter who gets the shot. He's going to push as the incoming player, John, can take the shot or give it back to him. Looks like John's going to take the shot. Play a defense of his own, probably. And the 1 ball did not want to leave and came right back to where it was. Steve looking to cut that 1 ball, but where's the cue going? Pretty nice shot there. May not be the easiest shot on the 2, but he has the ball, the cue ball, and the 2 ball. A little help from the 8 makes that 2 no problem. That 5 just became a little tricky. Did not expect it to hit that nipple on its way by. I thought it was going to stay somewhere around this area on the rail. Poking it out, it looks like there may be enough room to go by that 8. Oh, looking to put the cue ball behind that 5-6. It was heading that direction until the cue ball came, or the 3 ball came back and bumped it out of the way. Steve looking to draw it, ends up pulling it back just a couple inches. Maybe all he needed to be able to see that for, though. And he misses the ball, giving ball in hand to John. As John comes up to the table. John stepping up to the table. Looks like he's playing a defense here. Looks like Steve's going to have to kick at this. Oh, opts to kick it the long way. Just barely misses that. John's still trying to figure out what to do with that 6-5 over here. It's definitely making things difficult to finish this rack. He may play the 4 off the 5 here just to get it out of the way. Excellent shot. Excellent shot by John. Wow. Doesn't leave the easiest 5 ball, but he leaves a shot on it. A lot better than it was looking before. It's a tight one, but it's cuttable. Looking to put that 7 in the same pocket. Nice shot. That 8 ball looking like probably some top there. And bring it back down on this side of the 9 ball. Oh, he went extra coming around the other way. Slow down, cue ball. That's a pretty nice leave. And he is going to close that rack out, putting him on the hill 4-0. 4-0 for John. Definitely shooting well right now. Steve getting a break for the rack number 5 here. Looking to get himself started. Looking to break the cap off of this. Get his first point on the board. And here he comes. Steve Medeiros ready to break for rack number 5. It's a pretty good break. Oh, the 2 ball pushes the cue very close to the pocket. He's got a little room to play with here. Looks like he goes for the make, hits a little full. John coming back to the table with a shot on the 1. Makes that with no problem, leaving a very good shot on the 2. That 3 ball goes clean as long as you have the cue ball anywhere to this side of that line. You don't want to get caught by the 7. Oh, bobbles it real quick, but it does drop. Moves the 7 even more in the way over himself. Looks like he's going to take the short kick at the 3. And kicks the cue ball way up table. As Steve comes back. About the longest kind of shot you could take here, one side to the other. Couldn't quite get the cue ball back down there, but it was going to be quite a leave. Let's see what John can do here. That's a great shot. Great leave, great pace. Pulling a very similar shot back to back. As that cue ball keeps getting close to that side pocket. Nice cut on the 7, leaving it long, but not too difficult cut on that 8. We're going to have good pacing here to have a good shot on that 9. And that's a pretty good pace right there. This could be the match right here. And it sure is. John puts the money ball in, making it 5-0. Meaning that Team Lineham takes the lead 3-2 in the overall scores. Still close here, only 3-2 for the overall score. Coming up next, we're going to have a doubles match. It's going to be Kevin Bauccio and Tim Schroeder versus Jimmy Flanagan and Justin Bertrand. It's going to be a good doubles match, folks. Don't go anywhere. If you do, make sure you come back quick, because this is going to be a good doubles match here. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a great match coming up for you. As these guys get the last few practice shots in there before we cut them off. Bring them back to the competitive world. All right, they're getting ready to lag here. As we can take a quick peek before they do. So far it is 3-2 right now in favor of Team Lineham. All right, Team Bauccio looking to tie things back up here. Looks like Jimmy and Justin are going to be breaking to start this match. This is match number 6. Scotch doubles, 9-ball. Jimmy breaks pretty solid, but that cue ball is going to find the corner pocket, unfortunately. It's a pretty good spread for Kevin coming to the table. Kevin setting up behind that 1 ball, send it up table. Sends it perfectly up table, all the way up table. Tim with a nice shot on that 2 ball. Could easily set up to just make that 3 combo into the 8. Looks like he is going to do that. Making sure that that 3 ball comes back into the open. Oh, and he just makes it. Why not make them both, right? What a shot. Leaving Tim to shoot the 8 ball. 4 ball, sorry. Oh, rolled past it just enough to make a beautiful leave on that 6. No problem, no time wasted. As it looks like they're going to close this out before we even saw what happened. Great out by Kevin and Tim, putting them up 1-0. Now they also get the break. Kevin made the 9 ball, so Tim is going to step up and break for rack number 2. Making light work of that last rack. This duo for Team Bauccio definitely looks ready to take back that differential between the 2 teams for the score. All right, the rack is ready. Rack number 2. Tim to break. Smashes it, get the 1 at least. That 2 looks like it's probably hidden. Pushes the 2 up with a pretty good safety. Justin's first time at the table this match. Interesting kick shot. Oh, almost makes that 2 ball. It's a great kick. He even had to leave on the 3 if he did make the 2 ball. Makes the 2, pops the cue back out to hide right behind that 5. Five could not be any more perfectly in the way here. As Kevin locks it up onto the 4 instead. Definitely going to make things tricky here for Jimmy coming to the table. Jimmy scratches in the side. Tim coming up with the ball in hand. He did also, unfortunately, spread out that 3-4. That was the big problem. Not anymore. Good leave on the 4. Can do the same thing. Just bring it back middle of the table. Whether you take the short way or the long way, middle of the table was the place to be. And Kevin knows. Tim with a nice shot there, keeping it close to the rail. Tim running it a little bit long, but I don't believe Kevin will have trouble with that 9 ball. He definitely does not, as they take the second rack, putting them up 2-0 here. And now Tim gets the break as well. Trying to keep up their momentum here. And 2-0 here, coming into rack 3 with Justin Bertrand coming to the table. Justin with a big solid break there. And a good look at the 1. Plays a nice save there. Doesn't quite get the cue ball up. He's going to leave him a shot. And he's going to leave that cue ball absolutely buried. That's going to have to be a 1 rail kick. 7 ball stopping the 2 rail kick. Justin does not care. He makes it anyway. Jimmy with the tight cut on this 3 ball. Not sure it quite goes by that 6. So he says, I'll play the 6 instead. Great shot there by Jimmy. trying to use the 3 just like his teammate. Kevin Bauccio coming back to the table. Certainly not a straightforward shot here. Goes to cut it down the rail. Instead leaves an open shot for Jimmy coming back. Makes that 3. Brings that cue ball nice to the middle of the table. When in doubt, center table. Justin with a great draw shot there for the 7 next. Another great draw shot from Justin. And they're showing some life, bringing that one back. 2-1. Jimmy and Justin making a good run on that one. Reminding us they are not out yet. 2-1 here in favor of Kevin and Tim. As Tim steps up to break. In rack number 4. Race to 5. Going over a rule check here. Extensions. Each team gets 1 extension per rack. Either player can use them, but they only get 1 per rack per team. It does add an extra 30 seconds to the time, the shot clock. All right, Tim to break. Smashes it up. 2 ball drops. 1 ball's gonna drop as well. Kevin steps up. Says 9 ball. And drains it. What a shot. Kevin making very quick work of that rack. It's now 3-1 Kevin and Tim. What a shot by Kevin Bauccio, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent out there. 2 shots to end that rack. The break and the make. Coming into rack number 5 here. I believe it's going to be Justin's break. Taking a quick second here as Jimmy makes his way back to the table. A beautiful racking job here by Tournament Director Frost. There's definitely no gaps in this rack. All right, now we're ready to kick off rack number 5. Justin Bertrand to break. It's a big swing rack here. Let's see how Justin starts it. That's a very good break. Nice and open, made a couple. Jimmy hits that one a little bit full. It could go in if it's got the legs. It does not. Tim to the table here. Hopefully it does not go behind that 9. Did not. Kevin's got a good look at that 3. He could just play it nice and easy for that 4 ball next. Where that 5 is, he could probably just stun it where it is. Or force his way over. I like that too. Kevin pulls the ball back a little bit, leaving a pretty straight shot for Tim. He can make it, just follow it a little bit for that 7 ball. Nails it, not quite as far as he'd like the cue ball to go. Leaving Kevin a pretty tough shot. He might kick at this. He could bank it. Goes for the cut. Wow, what a cut. Again, these unforgiving pockets on these diamonds. A lot of other tables that shot was in. Justin coming up to the table. Jimmy coming up to close the rack out, and he does not. He does not. Tim to the table looking to capitalize on the extra opportunity. And he also does not. Justin coming to the table will not give up this opportunity. Nails it, making it 3-2. Jimmy and Justin mounting a small comeback here. They steal that, making it 3-2, and now they get the break. Justin just broke. It's going to be Kevin's break this rack. Rack number 6. Kevin and Tim looking to take a bigger lead here. They do not want this to go with a 3-3. Big break here, setting up Tim right out of the gate on the 2 ball. Wow, look at the movement there. What a great shot. Great draw on that 3. No problem pulling that 4 back. Does leave a tight cut for Kevin here. Not just to make the 5, but to leave it well for the 6. Looks like he cut it a little bit too thin. Justin back at the table here. Oh, Jimmy at the table. Makes a 5. That's a great shot for the 6. Great leave. Wasn't a whole lot of options to do with that. Justin, great shot on that 6, leaving for the 7. Here they go on their tear. Big bounce. Look at that shot. Absolutely great ball control. Jimmy looking to tie this up. And he drills it, making it 3-3. Tie game here, folks. And now Jimmy and Justin to break. Justin Bertrand going to get to break. Jimmy and Justin getting some momentum here. Kevin and Tim still shooting very well. Obviously looking to hold their lead. Well, obviously looking to hold out on this match and keep their momentum up. Right now, Jimmy and Justin definitely stealing some of that wind. Kicking off, rack 7. Big break here. Jimmy coming up. What's he going to do with the 2? He's going to play a nice soft safety there. The 2 ball certainly could go all the way up the rail. Very difficult shot. Might see another defense here. I believe he went for the shot. Leaving it open for Justin coming. It's a pretty open spread here. Moves that 7 ball. Ensuring he has room on the 3. Rockets the 3 in. Four ball, nice and easy. Nice gentle touch there. He's actually putting a pretty good angle on that 7. Just a little draw, pull it back out towards the middle. Oh, hits the 7 a little too full. I think he might have been a little too worried about the leave. Ended up missing the shot itself. Kevin with a tight squeeze. Fits it in anyway. Nice speed. I've seen this shot about 5 times already today. Make that 8 with some top. And every time I point it out to go this way, they always go 3 rails instead. And I love to see it. Kevin crushing that 9 ball into the corner, putting them on the hill 4-3 with the break. Tim getting a break for this rack number 8. Jimmy and Justin also still shooting well. Would not count them out at all. All right, Tim to break here. Rack number 8. Looking to close it out. See what they can make happen. Big break. Couple balls drop. They got a shot on the one. Kevin with a good shot there. Cue ball came up just a little bit short of where they wanted to land. Still plenty of room to work with. Oh, makes that. A beautiful cut. Oh, and an even better leave. Look at this. What a great shot. And again, these two certainly do not take much time to shoot. That shot clock not a factor for this team. Kevin with a beautiful leave there on the 7. Tim ready to help finish this off. Good shots. Comes down to Kevin. Calling it in the side pocket. And that's the match, ladies and gentlemen. What a shot to finish it. Tying up the overall score. 3-3. Team Bauccio. Not going to let Team Lineham get far ahead. Coming up next, we got another doubles match. We got Scott Reynolds and Steve Hedden against Ryan Lineham and Mike Phipps. Definitely going to be an interesting match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. back, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Arena Cup with Team Bauccio versus Team Lineham. Coming up next, we got Scott and Steve versus Ryan and Mike. It's going to be a great doubles match here. All right, we got half the people at the table. One person on his way over, and then we will begin this match here. Doubles 9-ball. All right, we got our last player coming back to the table now. Ryan waiting a lag here. He's going to be lagging against Scott Reynolds. All right, and we're getting set to kick this off. This race to 5. Looks like Scott's may be a little too hard. It is. So Ryan and Mike get to break. Starting this match off. Race to 5, maximum of 9 racks played for these two teams. Players having fun taking shots at each other here. The only thing better than great pool is great players having fun while they play pool. All right, a fresh set of balls here as Jason Frost making sure we keep the equipment top notch. Every rack, every ball. And Ryan to break. All right, big break there from Ryan. Tough to say whether he can see that one ball. It doesn't look like he can. Mike is going to push here. So Steve has the choice to take this shot or give it back to Mike. And he's going to take it. Tries to fire it into the corner. Goes a little wide. Ryan Lineham to the table. Trains that one ball. An interesting spot to leave it here on the 2. It's a nice little touch there. Oh. Tried to push it up for a little bit of defense there, but the cue ball came way out past the 5. Don't think he intended to push the 5 as much as he did there. Ryan looks like he's going to go all the way up with this 2 ball. And a nice gentle touch to leave it there for the 3 next. And Mike with a great shot there on that 3. Pulling that cue ball out. Not quite enough. Ryan playing a great defense. It's going to be an interesting kick here. Steve mapping it out before he takes that kick. And gets the good kick. Long leave on that 5 for Mike coming to the table. Oh, misses a shot. Leaves the 5 right in front of the center pocket. It's a nice gentle touch by Scott there. As Steve Hedden comes back to the table. Leaving that cue ball with enough space for that 7. Looks like this may be cleanup crew on duty right here. Extension used. Scott and Steve want to make sure they got our good game plan here. Getting back for that 9 ball. It's a pretty good lead, considering what he had to work with. It's not a bad shot. Scott comes to the table for that 9 ball. And count it. Scott and Steve go up 1-0 here. And they get the break coming back at them. 1-0 for Scott and Steve, playing for Team Bauccio. Right now the overall score is 3-3. We have quite a match going on. Looks like we got Steve to break on rack 2. Steve been shooting very well in every match he's played so far. Looking to keep that going here. Right, a pretty open spread there. Doesn't look like anything dropped. Ryan bringing it back almost straight on with that 2-ball. Ryan and Mike going over a game plan here. It's a good leave. Make that 3 and come back down table for that 4 next. I think he's got just enough room. Looks like just enough room to get by there for that 4-ball. Will he get it by far enough for that 5? Tough to say. 7 definitely looks to be a little bit in the game here, a little in the way. Ryan's gonna go right over it. Drains it. Tough spot on that 6, but what a great shot on that 5. Tight cut in the side pocket. It is going to want to leave you well on the 7 no matter what. Ooh, left it out a little too much. I wonder if anyone's going to be going for that. Scott may be going for that 9-ball. Extension called. Making sure they have enough time to talk about this. This could be rack ending, so of course you want to take your time on it. He's going to play the 9 in the corner. He called it. And drains it. Absolutely great shot by Scott there. Scott and Steve going up 2-0 now. Great shot by Scott. They do pass the break over to Ryan and Mike. It's going to be Ryan's break. This is a tie-breaking match, folks. It's 3-3 right now for the overall score. So far, every match, Team Lineham has won, and then Team Bauccio answers right back. Definitely makes for an exciting round of pool being played today, guys. All right. Ryan Lineham to break. He's got a good sight on that one. What can he do with it? Let's find out. That's a lovely defense. Using a few other balls along the way to help him out. Oh, it was a good hit on the one. Almost made it. That's definitely going to be a tough 2 to come back for, even if you do come back. And Ryan ends up scratching in the corner pocket. The 5-ball also drops. Let's see how Scott plays this ball in hand. There's not a whole lot of room to make the 1 and break out that 2. He could combo either direction here. They're going to use their extension, which is a good call. This is going to kick off their interesting save. Alright, Mike Phipps up to the table here, looking to make that 1 ball. He's definitely going to have to kick on it. Going over things with teammate there. Gets the hit, but unfortunately scratches off after the hit. Leaving Steve Hedden to come to the table. Calls the 9-ball. Getting ready to play a combo. And drills that 9-ball combo and the 1-ball for good measure. That's going to put it up to 3-0 in favor of Scott and Steve. They also get the break. All right, breaking up. Rack number 4. Leaves a pretty good spot for that cue ball on the 1. All right, leaving a pretty decent safe there. I'm going to have to assume Lineham's going to go up and over. He's a great player, definitely not afraid to take that jump shot when needed. And that's the reason why. Beautiful shot there. Getting over the traffic in the way. Leaves a long cut here for Mike. Drains it. Great shot. And just enough pace to come back across table. Scott coming to the table with a look at the 3. Trying to get back for the 4. It's a nice touch. Going back around. Making light work of that 4. Looks like that 5 does go by that 7. If you just make that 5 all the way up, nice and easy. Say that like it's not difficult, but it is. And plays a beautiful save, locked right up onto that 7. Absolutely great cue control by Scott Reynolds. Unfortunately, he makes the hit, but the cue ball still ricochets into the pocket. Steve heading with the ball in hand here. Scott and Steve having a good teamwork here. Really been setting each other up for success. Forcing it back across table. Steve looking to put their team on the hill. Drains it. It is now 4-0 for Scott and Steve. On the hill here, looking to take the lead in the overall score, team versus team. It is going to be Ryan's break. As they look to start mounting a comeback. And here we go, Ryan kicking off this break to start rack number 5. Break indeed. Looks like he's going to struggle to see that 2 ball down the table. Beautiful play there by Mike. Squeezing that 2-ball straight through that small gap. Putting a lot of traffic between the cue ball and the 2-ball. Wow, fantastic hit and an even better leave. You may see Ryan go in the air again. Using the jump to play defensively. Definitely a bold choice. I like it. He pointed out even if I did make it, that 3-ball was still kind of buried. Now leaving that problem for the team of Scott and Steve. Extension called for Steve. That is fantastic cue control there. To just gently feather that 2-ball and leave it directly behind that 7. There is no seeing that 2-ball clean. Almost makes that 7. Wow, very good kick. What to do with that 3 has been the question most of this rack so far. He's going to leave it for Steve. I have to think that we have a defense coming here. He also may just combo that 6 right into the side pocket. And defense it is, and a pretty good one at that. Definitely no 3-ball in sight there for Ryan as he comes back up. May go back to the air again. Ryan with another jump shot. Unfortunately left them pretty clean on that 3, but let's see if they can capitalize past the 3. As that 4 is somewhat hidden behind the 6. Steve Hedden calling the 9-ball in this corner. Cue ball's going to stay live. As Mike comes up to the table with that 4. It's open, but it's long. Cue on the rail. Mike making a solid shot there with enough room too. With enough room for that 6. Another long shot here for Mike. Back to back. Almost the same spot. Misses a shot, leaves us another long shot for Scott. Uh-oh, that cue ball's going all the way back across. Unfortunate. As Scott makes the 7, but then drains the cue ball on the side at the same time. Looks like we're going to be going another rack in this match. One rack at a time. Let's see if Ryan and Mike can use it to mount a comeback. Much crazier things have happened, folks, as Ryan and Mike are on the board. They give the break over to Scott and Steve. Rack number 6 coming ahead of us here. Alright, Steve Hedden breaking here in rack 6. Alright, rack number 6 underway. Scott and Steve have been shooting very well this match. They just got to keep it up a little bit longer. It's a pretty good break. 1 and 2 are gone. The 3's wide open. Just gonna have to pull this one back. Some draw. Bring it back middle of the table. And he does exactly that. Dead center of the middle of the table. Steve rattles the 4 ball. Really trying to make sure he left his teammate for that 5. Ryan calls the 9 just to be safe as he buries that 4 ball. With great speed coming back for the 5. Clips that 9, gets a little bit stuck behind it. Beautiful defense by Ryan, making sure that 9 ball stays in the way. Scott looking up Massey around it. Oh, though he did get the hit. Cue ball had other plans. I have Mike Phibbs coming to the table. Ball in hand. 6, 7, 9 left. It's a good spot. Good spot to be. As Lineham makes the 7, leaves pretty nice for that 9. Brian and Mike showing life here. They're biting back 4-2. And they get the break. They're not out yet. They're not out yet. Again, a race to 5. Anything can happen. Mike making that 9 ball means Ryan's going to come up to break again. And Ryan breaking for rack number 7. Making several balls, but unfortunately burying the 2, which is the next ball to shoot. Very tough position to find yourself in for that 2 ball. They're going to push. Steve heading to the table. He can either shoot it or give it back to Mike. Takes it and plays the defense. I would not be surprised to see a defense played right back here by Ryan. Very nice play, separating that 8 as well. Everybody loves an open table at 9 ball, but rarely do you get it. Oh, Scott. Great attempt to make that 2 ball. Almost going right in off the 4 ball. Drains the kick shot. 2 ball down. That 4 ball is pretty interesting now. Let's see what Ryan. Is he going to play it safe or go for the bank shot? Plays the safe. Clever play. Though it is possible to combo that 4 into the 8 ball. Very, very difficult time. Another creative and interesting defense to play back. That 4 was locked up on the 8 metaphorically before. Now it's physically.
Even if the 6 comes short, that's fine.
They're going to give ball in hand. Intentional foul. Pushing the 6 ball. Trying to push it up onto the 2. So even with ball in hand, there's not much to do. Ryan quick to play another safety. Steve may be able to play that 8-ball off the 2.
Just take it because they're just creating separation. Yeah. Because it won't go in your data mark. It's going to the pulses because it's sneaking.
All right, making sure to keep those locked up. Quite a battle over that 4 and 8 ball. Scott making that 8 ball come out just enough. Still leaving a tight shot, that 4. Ryan making that bank look easy as Mike steps up. And the cue ball somehow finds the corner pocket, bringing Steve to the table to possibly be starting the final run of this match. Just the last cut here. Gotta make sure he doesn't overhit this. This is a delicate shot to leave well for the 9. Or overhit it enough to make it in the side instead. Scott draining that final 9 ball to give them the match 5-2. And that's going to put Team Bauccio up in the overall score 4-3. As you see Team Bauccio celebrating. And we have one more match coming up for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the fans pick match. And it is going to be Kevin Bauccio and Steve Hedden versus Ryan Lineham and John Leandro. It's going to be a great match coming up. Don't go anywhere, or at least come back. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have here the final match of the day. Final match of day one is the fan pick doubles. We're going to have Kevin and Scott Reynolds against Ryan Lineham and John Leandro. Captains squaring off. Now we're kicking it off. Last match of the day. Team Lineham trying to tie the overall score back up. Bauccio's team trying to go into tomorrow with a bit of a lead. Looks like Scott wins the leg. Kevin and Scott to break.
There's a ball on the inside. I'm telling you, you could hear it in your voice. You were in the moment intensity.
Intense battle. Team Bauccio's still over here having a blast, giving each other shots. And I don't mean drinks. Still in a great mood. Got a great battle here, kicking off rack one. Big break to start it out by Kevin Bauccio. Scott Reynolds coming to the table. Looks like he's going to cut this. No, he's going to play a defense. It's not a bad spread. 2 in the queue. Ryan with a great shot. Great play to bring that cue back around as far as it went. I think Kevin might still be able to see that too, though. He sure can. Big bounce off the other rail, just enough to see that 3 ball. Oh, Scott with a great shot there. That 6 ball looks a little bit in trouble there, being too close to the 7. But they don't seem too worried about it. Swings for the fences. Still might go. It's not going to go. But left it on the rail, making it a very difficult shot. John's first time at the table this match. Goes for the safe and hits it just a little bit too hard. As that 4 sits very pretty in front of that side pocket. Nice and easy couple of balls left here for the opening rack. Scott with a few options to get on this 9 ball. absolutely flawless position. And Kevin and Scott will take the first rack. They lead 1-0 over Ryan and John from Team Lineham. Coming up, rack number 2 here, we're going to have, I believe it's Ryan breaking because John took the last shot for their team. True Scotch doubles, even when you lose a rack, you do not change rotation. Always following it from start to finish. Ryan Lineham up to break for the rack. Second rack of this match. Few balls go in, but definitely leaving a tough opening shot. I have to think they're going to play a D here. And a pretty good one at that. Playing a defense right back, that 1 ball did not creep enough to hide behind the 9 ball. As Ryan steps up for the 1. Fantastic position on the 2. Get by that 8 ball. Pushed it out of the way just enough, I believe. Ryan with great position on that 4. Might have wanted it just a little bit farther, but I think John's still okay here. Can do a little stun draw, pull it right back. Ooh, now that 8's in the way too, that makes it interesting. That's a great play by Ryan. Not giving them anything easy. Kevin playing the kick. And left pretty good considering. He's got enough of the 5 visible to play a bank shot here. Question is, do they want to play offensively at this point in the rack? Looks like he may be able to see that 5 ball. Might be a perfect little window right to it. It certainly is. Great shot there. Threading the needle. And Scott drains a 9 ball to put them up 2-0. And they get the break coming back to him. So Kevin gets the break here in rack number 3 in this race to 5. Last match of the day. Scott up 2-0 here. All four players great shooters. All right, and here we go, rack number 3. A lot of space in this table. That one ball's free and open. This is a very good opportunity for Kevin and Scott. Makes the one. Looks like he pushed that out of the way enough. I believe he did. Just got to put a little bit of stun, a little bit of draw on this ball. Bring it up just enough. Beautiful. He's still got a lot of angle to work with to come back for that 5. Most pool players do not like a straight shot at the ball. A little too far there, but I don't believe that that's gonna be enough to stop this run. Kevin just confirmed that for me. As Scott with the key shot. Not just draining the 6, but coming back for that 7. If he's able to do that, I think this rack is done. And he definitely got down here. Let's see if it's enough. Kevin can certainly cut well enough. That's a beautiful shot and a beautiful setup. And this rack looks over. It sure is. Great break and run there by Kevin and Scott to put them up 3-0. First 3 racks all go to Kevin and Scott. Ryan and John get to break.
Ryan's break.
I believe it is Ryan's break. Ryan's break on rack 4 here. Ryan and John really need to steal a rack. They do not want to find themselves down 4-0. Wow, what a break. Unfortunately, that 2 ball sits right in the way of the 1. No matter how good of a break, you gotta have the ability to see the first ball. John calls a push. Kevin comes to the table, gives the shot back to John. Almost makes the 2, but did bury it between the 4 and 8. So Kevin comes back. Still getting his chance at the 1 ball. But what happens with the 2 ball? As you can see, not a whole lot of wiggle room here. Very good shot there. It's definitely making something out of nothing. Great touch. Absolutely great pace. Those shots may look simple. They are not. That's a great... Oh, man. He did not intend to make that. They're going to use their extension here, so that there's no need to rush, as it looks like Scott is going to be going into the air. Up and over the 4 ball. Oh, and the cue ball goes off table. Almost hits his teammate. It's a good attempt. That just proves how good of a safety it was. Unfortunately, the ball that they were trying to leave him safe on dropped. Good speed there. There is a little bit of angle on that 4. I wonder if it's still going to be easy to hold for that 8 ball. No, he's going to go to the other side of the table. Very nice play. Eight ball, no problem for John there. And Ryan's going to close this rack, putting them on the board 3-1. It's only a matter of time till they get a rack here. 3-1 going into rack number 5. The break is going to be for Kevin Bauccio. All right, big break here. Kicking off rack number 5. Great cut on that one. Great shot on that 1 ball. Wow, Kevin with the bank shot. Unbelievable. That cue ball got out of the way and everything. Absolutely great shot. They're going to use their extension here and make sure that they have enough time to plan this out. That's a great jump, and it looks like he's going to leave it just as luckily as he had to take it. Another good jump shot right back by Kevin. Though I think he may have a window to fire right at it. Looks like he's staring at the 9 ball here. Oh, very close. Does leave the 3 ball way down table. Scott taking the long shot on the 3. Plays a beautiful save. Wow, what a shot. Jumps over it clean. Fires that 3 ball in. Beautiful cut by Ryan. Get past that 7. It did, but did it get past enough? Looks like it might have. Sure did. Very nice shot. Move that 8 a little. It does not. Hopefully it does not need to. Oh, that 8 ball just sits there. That is an unfortunate leave for one team here. Pretty good pace. And Kevin sinks that 9 ball to make it 4-1. 4-1 for Team Bauccio in this matchup. That 4-1 was very close to being 3-2. And Team Lineham gets the break here in the 6th rack. I believe it's about to be Ryan breaking. Team Lineham definitely trying to hold on to this, not let go of this match here. They want to tie things up for the overall score. Ride him. Lineham makes a ball, has a shot. He can see the one at least. Interesting shot here. Oh, they got... We had a player run away for a quick second, so they're holding off on continuing for him to get back. All right, we are now back to the full squads. It is John's shot here after the break, so he's going to get a 60-second shot clock. That's a great play there, using that 5 ball to keep that cue ball on this end of the table. That's a good safe play by Scott. Ryan with a laser beam into the corner. So he sets John up for the 2 ball all the way up table. Great control there, leaving that cue ball where it had to be. Going over some strategy for the run out here. That's exactly what they pointed out. I think he's going to try and make the 6 ball. Leaving the 5 just like that. Great shots. Leave that 9 for John here. I think he's got that all day long. He sure does. That's going to make it 4-2. 4-2 in this race with Kevin and Scott getting a break the next rack. Coming up on rack 7 here, going to be Kevin Bauccio to break. Kevin with a big break. Cue ball avoiding that side pocket, coming back. Not the cleanest shot on that one ball. Oh, good attempt at defense, but that 6 cue ball just got on the wrong side. Puts that in the side, corner pocket with ease. That's a tight 2-ball shot here. He's going to call the 9 in the corner. Oh, that makes it pretty risky here going forward. That 9 ball is very deep in that pocket. Great shot on the side by Kevin. Plays it nice and easy there for Kevin to try and bring that cue ball around for the 5. He's going to call the 9. And he's going to make the 9. That's the match. What a shot by Kevin Bauccio. 5-2 the final score for this match in front of us. So that's going to make the final running score of the day 5-3 in favor of Team Bauccio. That's only the first day here. First 8 matches. Tomorrow we still got more matches to play. 5 in theory if we go that long. Right now it's just a race to 7, and Kevin Bauccio's team is up 5-3. And that's where we're going to end day 2 here. Join us again tomorrow for the second half of this event and find out who wins between Team Bauccio and Team Lineham. And they're going to face Team Senna next weekend for the Arena Cup. We'll see you guys there tomorrow.